All right, hello everyone. Gonna just pop in here and so we got a good number of people watching right now. Nathan Burks for Alabama Stormtroopers. Appreciate you tuning in today. So, a lot of our friends in Mississippi are under the gun right now. That pink that you see on the screen is a PDS, which is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued from much of the Mississippi state of Mississippi, really aside from the far southeastern third, and that will go until 6 p.m. this evening. Now, I do expect within the next hour or so that the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center will issue a PDS tornado watch for a majority of Alabama. That has been hinted at that's something that's coming down the line. So just one thing we're going to have to watch closely are these cells right here. Each one of these could ramp up and go severe at any time. Pretty much all this entire line is severe. We've had numerous reports of damage from this morning's storms. I know Grenada, Mississippi took a pretty nasty hit. We've had, I think the last report I saw, 15 fatalities so far with this storm system, some of which were in Missouri last night. So it's going to be a long, active day. We're geared up. We're ready to go. Actually, I have moved broadcast locations. So if you see a little degradation in our stream quality, it's because I have moved broadcast locations to a safer location that I can take cover in just in case something were to come to my location. We're going to be here all day, and we'll keep the radar going. I'll jump back in as soon as a watch is issued or a warning is issued. I appreciate you tuning in. Remember, you can find us on YouTube as well. All the links and stuff are in the description of the video. You can also sign up for Weather Call. It is one of our new offerings that we are offering to the public. It is a $15 a year subscription that allows you to receive calls or text just notifying you of bad weather, in addition to that NOAA weather radio or smartphone app or the wireless emergency alerts. If you want more information, there is a link in the video description below. I appreciate you tuning in. Like I said, we'll be here all day. Just keeping an eye on things for you, and the stream will be up as well. We'll be back as necessary. All right, folks, going to jump back in here just real quick, kind of everybody update what's going on. Your weather radios are probably just going off. This is because a new tornado watch has been issued. This is a tornado watch until 8 p.m. tonight. This is a PDS tornado watch, otherwise known as a particularly dangerous situation. What this means is that the ingredients out there are as good as they're going to get for strong to violent tornadoes. This is what we've been predicting over the last 3 or 4 days. And it's just a situation that we're going to have to keep a very close eye on what's going on. For our friends in Mississippi, there are several active tornado warnings. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active tornado warnings 6 active tornado warnings that I count right now for our friends in Mississippi. They've had an absolute rough, really 12 hours or more. Had a very large tornado come through the Delta region and pass through areas like Grenada this morning, late yesterday evening. Lots and lots of damage being reported there. But anyway, that's what we're looking at right now. There is no active warnings for the state of Alabama at this point in time, but we are going to continue to keep an eye on things. We're going to be here watching the radar closely. As soon as tornado warnings are start to be issued, I'll jump back in, and we'll just roll with this as long as we got to. It's going to be one of those days where you have to have multiple ways to get your warnings. That includes a NOAA weather radio. Make sure the wireless emergency alerts are turned on your phone. You can also download the local television station app. Some of those are pretty good about following your location. One thing that we want to stress, and we actually want to push out there, is a new service that we are been able to partner with WeatherCall. And you can find that link in the description of this video and on our website, stormtroopernetwork.com. This is a service that is $15 a year, but it's customizable so that you can go in and they will call you or send you a text message whenever a tornado warning or severe weather comes your way. That's just another layer. We are big proponents of having layers of safety when it comes to severe weather, especially here in Alabama. So right now I'm going to step back away. Appreciate you tuning in today. We're going to be keeping a close eye on things. Going to throw the radar back up there, but we're going to get through this today. I know a lot of people have storm anxiety, and it's just going to be one of those days that we're going to have to get through it one tornado warning at a time. So just be prepared. The way to overcome anxiety and is to be prepared, not scared. So hopefully you've done a good job of making sure you have a plan of action, and we'll get through this. It's just a typical springtime in Alabama. This is something that we've dealt with for years, and it's something that we're going to continue to deal with. So we're here. We are watching things, and we will break back in as necessary. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Nathan Burks, Alabama Storm Trooper, and the Storm Trooper Network. All right, we're going to drop in here and just kind of look at this storm for our friends in southern Mississippi. This is a storm near Columbia, Mississippi, and you have to forgive me. I do not know the counties in Mississippi as well as I do Alabama, but this storm is has a history of producing of damage. We had a damage near Tylertown and in a mobile home park. There was significant damage there. This thing looks like it's got a debris. It's had a debris signature, and it looks like it's still got a bit of a debris ball right here. This little high reflectivity here looks like it could still be a debris ball. Let's go ahead and we're going to pull up our debris tracker. And yeah, it does. That's this little blue dropout, this blue spot. If you will notice, it lines up perfectly where the velocity. Where the velocity couplet is. And this is. Let me pull up. Let's see. This is a tornado emergency for southeastern Lawrence and northwestern Marion County, Mississippi. Tornado warning remains in effect until 1:45 p.m. For the storm that we are looking at right now. This is northwestern Marion and southeastern Lawrence and Jefferson Davis counties in Mississippi. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was located near Salem, or 15 miles west of Columbia, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This is a tornado emergency for southeastern Lawrence and northwest Marion County. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and if you're in this area, you need to take cover now. This is not my wording. This is wording straight from the National Weather Service. What I will do here, we can throw on our TVS tracker ourselves. Let's do a little bit of manual track here. I'll draw this out. Times may be a little bit off, but this at least will let you know kind of the towns that are in the path of this. Bassfield. You have Mississippi Highway 13, Mississippi Highway 35. This is going to stay north of US 98, but this is going to cross Mississippi Highway 587 that runs between Columbia. That runs between Columbia and Monticello. This thing is still on the ground. It's producing damage, and the reason we know it is on the ground, not only have we had observed by storm spotters, but we also have this tornado has been. There we go. We also have a debris ball. That's what I'm going to. Let me clear the storm track off here. That is what. Let's see. That is what this little blue spot right here is that you see my cursor over. This is a debris ball. This is a debris signature. What this is the radar picking up on non-rain that is being lofted by this. It's picking up on pieces of timber, houses, cars, whatever this thing is picking up, and it is lofting into the air. And we're looking at this from the Hammond radar in Hammond, Louisiana. See. Now let's go back and look at the velocity. This thing has just been, it is a little bit of distortion there, but you can see this is a very tight couplet. This is probably the better couplet that I've seen so far today. At National Weather Service in Jackson notes a large and potentially violent tornado about to enter their forecast area near the intersections of Lawrence, Marion, and Walthall counties. Prentiss, Bassfield, Collins, Seminary, if you are in any of these communities along US 84 between Monticello and Collins, you need to be in a place of safety right now. This is a very dangerous, large, violent tornado that is making its way to you right now. Well, there's a secondary storm. This is another storm that is further to the north. This storm looks like if it continues on, it could affect, just a heads up to our friends in Sumter and Pickens County, and Sumter, Pickens, and Greene County. This thing could potentially come your way. This is in, again, another one, Mississippi, that has had a history of producing damage. This is a very tight indication of rotation. I'm going to switch over to the Jackson, Mississippi radar so we can kind of get a better look at this thing. There we go. This area rotation is just to the north of Raleigh, Mississippi, on Mississippi Highway 35, fixing to cross Mississippi 501. This is going to move towards I-20, the Lake Community, Newton, Hickory, and even probably past but north of Chunky. Decatur, Hickory, Chunky. There's no official warning for you yet, but this thing has had a history of producing damage. You need to pay very close attention to this. If you have friends in any of these areas in Mississippi, go ahead and give them a call. Make sure they're paying attention. These storms, again, we've said this, stressed this repeatedly. These storms are nothing to play around with. This is going to be a very long day. We are watching things closely. I think our first tornado warning of the day, if this continues, is going to be this cell that's near Raleigh, Mississippi right now. We'll just have to see. We're going to keep an eye on things. It's going to be a very long day. We have a tornado watch again that is in a place that will go until 8 p.m. tonight for majority of the state of Alabama. And I do expect, as the line moves east, the watch will be expanded east later in the evening. But we'll get to that at some point. So right now, we're going to go back into tracking mode. We'll keep an eye on things. We'll keep you updated here. Thank you for tuning in to Alabama Stormtrooper Network. I'm Nathan Burks. We'll be back with you. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and jump in here. We have a new tornado warning issued for Marion County. This goes. This is for the cell that's coming out of Mississippi. This is going to be until 2 p.m. It's just for the far slither of northwestern Marion County. This is going to include the community of Bexar. Let me pull my map back up here. Let's see, I want to explore. There we go. All right, I'm just pulling up a more detailed look here. This is going to include the community of Bexar and Scottsville. This is going to be Bexar Church, Goggins Independent Baptist Church, New Salem Free Will Church. This is going to be areas along Alabama Highway 19 there up towards Vina. Right now the storm in Mississippi, the warning is tornado observed, but that rotation has died off. This is a new rotation that is forming, it looks like. Let's go ahead and we're going to throw on our velocity. Let's see. Go take a look at the National Weather Service is saying. The velocity signature is not the best in the world, but given the history of this storm and the history of these storms today and just the overall atmospheric conditions that we have, this is going to be something to watch. And the National Weather Service is erring on the side of caution as far as issuing a tornado warning for this storm. Go back up and put our reflectivity data on here. And then actually, let's go take a look at debris tracker. I don't see anything, which is good. We'll start my manual tracking here. We now have a TVS signature, tornado vortex signature on this storm. Let's draw a track here from this thing. Nathan Burks here for Alabama Storm Troopers, as always, joined by Jacob Hamilton, who is helping me monitor different sources of information. Let's see. Definitely looking a little bit better. Let's see. Let's see. Come on now. There we go. All right. So this is a tornado. Again, this is a tornado warning for the far northwestern corner of Marion County. It goes until 2 p.m. If you are in the city of Hamilton, Hackleburg, this is not going to affect you at all. I know the tornado sirens are probably going off, but this is not going to affect you at all. Same thing for Ewan, Winfield, Brilliant, not going to affect you at all. This is literally for the then Huntsville has extended that one and two. For the northern sliver of Marion County, now we have a new tornado warning. This is basically an extension for Franklin County. Again, this is going to include includes the cities of Red Bay, Vina, Hodges. This does not include Phil Campbell. It does include Russellville. This is for this storm that is coming out of Mississippi that has really, over the last 15 to 20 minutes, it's doing what we call cycling. It lost its rotational signature, and now it's picked it back up. Let's clear some of this stuff off the screen here. And Jacob, you keep an eye on the National Weather Service for me, just to make sure that we don't have any damage reports or anything like that coming in. Main thing I'm looking for, given the history of these storms, is the debris signature, especially this one in particular, because it has had a history of producing damage. But I know a lot of people are watching and wondering what's going on, so real quick, we're going to take a big back out view of the state. And you can find yourself on the map. So if you haven't been paying attention today, we hope you have. But if you haven't, there is the pink that you see on the screen is a PDS tornado watch. It is a particularly dangerous situation for much of the state of Alabama. It was issued until 8 p.m. tonight. So far, this is our first tornado warning of the day for the first storm for northern third of Marion County and Franklin County. The next storm I think we have to worry about is going to be the one that is currently near Meridian, to the west of Meridian, Mississippi. This continuing on the track is going to affect probably southern Pickens, Sumter, and Greene County. That is just a heads up if you live down that way. That's the next storm of the day. That storm has a history of producing tornadoes. There's also storms farther down towards Hattiesburg that have produced significant damage in areas like Taylortown, north of near Columbia, Mississippi. So it's just been an active day as expected. So let's go back in here. We're looking at this from the Columbus radar, which is right there by it. And this is the area of concern. Near just south of Tremont, Mississippi. It's fixing to cross into Alabama. Actually, it's crossing Interstate 22 right now. Let's take a look at the velocity. At the velocity information. Still not that impressed with it, but still, given the environment today, it is a primed environment, and it's just something we're going to have to watch very, very closely, and given the history of this storm. Going back and looking through some. See a lot of non-thunderstorm related wind damage coming in from the gradient winds across Alabama. We got reports out of Jefferson County, Cherokee County, Fayette County. See. This radar is still holding on to that TVS signature. Let's see if. So far, yeah, no damage reports or anything like that coming through that I'm seeing. This thing is currently crossing into Marion County. It's going to be north of, probably very close to Bexar, north of, maybe a little bit north of Bexar. Believe it's crossing the interstate right now. Alabama Highway 19. Let's see if I can get my. You can throw some road names on here. There we go. Glossy signature is looking a little bit better. Kind of put a little bit of these roads on here, so if you know somebody lives on one of these highlighted areas or near one of these highlighted areas, go ahead and give them a call. Let them know to be in a place of safety. This is your area of rotation right in here. I believe that this is kind of misplaced a little bit too far south. This is going to be your area of rotation right in here, a little bit around Tremont to the east of Tremont, fixed across the state line right now. I'm just pouring over some data here. I have a lot of different data sources, via social media or different chats that I am in. And so far, I don't see any reports of damage from this area. Let's see. Let's go ahead and we'll throw the reflectivity back on here. Definitely doesn't look as organized as it did. And again, we'll back out and let you see what's going on. If you are in northwest Alabama, we basically have a cluster of thunderstorms that is moving its way to the east-northeast, stretching from the state line down, basically down US 43 towards Hamilton. Rest everybody else, we're going to have to watch these cells down. Let me stop my labeling here. To watch these cells down towards meridian. These are, I've really, this thing is been holding its own. Let's take a look at this real quick, because if this holds together, it will impact Pickens County, Sumter County, and Greene County. Definitely does not have the same looking structure that it did, which is very, very good. But these two cells have been the storms of the day. Both of them have been producing tornadoes for the last hour or so. And again, that's the type of environment we're dealing with today. That's the reason we're under the high risk. And these storms are going to continue to march to the east, eventually winding up in places like Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Alabaster, Brent, Centerville, Clanton, Calera, probably within the next 3 to 4 hours. So back to the storm at hand. This is the northern third of Marion County. This is fixing to cross into southern Franklin County, just south of Vina. Alabama. This here is Alabama. We're going to do a little more tracking here. Starting my road tracking, you have, let's see, Alabama Highway 19. This is at County Road 32. State Route 172 that runs between Vina and Hodges. And then you have State Route 187 that runs up between Hodges and State Route 24. Let's go back and take a look at the velocity. This is still very messy. Not as again, it's not overall as organized as expected, but still, yes, the radar is picking up on a TVS signature. And let's go and check our debris tracker, and get nothing there to speak of, which is good. I'd rather not. If we can go through today with no tornado touchdowns, that would be absolutely fantastic. But I don't think we're going to. I'll back the view out for just a little bit and let it sit here real quick while I check some more information. No damage reports to speak of coming out of either Birmingham or Huntsville. Uh, Again, the radar is detecting the TVS signature, but I think that could be a result of just some very high winds associated with this. Looking at velocity products, I don't see anything there that would indicate rotation. I'll take another look. And I did not mean to press that button. Let's go back in here. Look at two different velocity products. Let's just see if... okay, I see there might be a little bit of broad rotation here. And this is going to be in far northwestern Marion County. This is we'll track. This is going to be drawing some more roads here. County Road 89, Pat Franklin Road. State Route 119. And again, it's not very strong. It's very disorganized at this point. National Weather Service has just issued a flash flood warning. And also, their National Weather Service is noting ping pong ball hail. Jacob, they're saying that this thing, the rotation is just passing to the east of Vina, but I don't see that. Can you look at a radar scope and just see if it's showing something that WSV is not?
It's got a little bit there, but it's very broad.
Yeah, so what I'm showing now, this latest scan with just came through, and this is going to be just to the east of Highway 187 north of Hodges. Going to be, or should be just west of 187 north of Hodges and east of Bina. And it just popped the TVS on it again.
Nathan, switch over to high top and look at it. I think that's what they're seeing.
Now, that may be, but that's still not in the right place that they noted. But that is a much better signature. And again, this signature, this beam height is well over 2,000 feet at this point. And this is going to be north. That's a much better look at it. This is going to be north of Alabama 24. This is going to be east of or west of Russellville. If this holds together or ramps back up, this is going to be moving towards the Shoals and Littleville, Florence, Killian. Probably go just to the north of Town Creek.
Nathan, I keep checking back on the CC product, and I'm not seeing anything there either.
Yeah, I don't.
Even high top. High top shooting a little bit too high for it, but
yeah, that's the reason I was looking at it from Columbus, because Columbus is a closer site, but also it could be just where just how much rain is falling, and just how they also noted the ping pong ball size hail with this thing. Looking, let's see. So right now, no damage reports. Looking with checking with the Marion County EMA and Lawrence County EMA, Lawrence County 911. Don't see any damage reports, and that's indicative. That's pretty much agrees with what we've been seeing with based on the radar, and that does look better. That does look more well organized from high top. Another thing we need to look at. I'm gonna go back to the Columbus radar just to kind of give everybody a picture of what's going on, because I know we have a lot of people joining from Mississippi and from Alabama. So right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 active tornado observed warnings, tornado emergency, not really emergencies, but these are tornado observed. This doesn't mean that, this means that they are not, this isn't just radar confirmed. These are tornadoes that have been observed by storm spotters or law enforcement, and these storms are moving in the general direction of the Alabama state line, moving north and east. Generally, they move between 45 and 50 miles an hour. The next one to watch, as far as our friends in Alabama, is going to be this one that's entering Kemper County, Mississippi. This one is a tornado observed again. Let's look at this one from the Jackson radar. And let's go with the, let's go ahead and throw our velocity on here. Actually, let's do the debris tracker. Good. There's no debris being tracked on that one. We'll look at it from Columbus just to be safe. Columbus is a little bit farther away, but yeah, okay. But if this storm holds together, it is going to be knocking on the door of Sumter and Pickens and Greene counties within the hour. And this thing has had a history of producing damage all the way back into southern Mississippi. It has been one of those cells that the storms that we were talking about, that we were worried about would happen today. It has been cycling over and over again, and that's just the nature of what we're dealing with. So let's go back to high top and look back at this storm over Franklin County. Again, the overall structure is not the best. You do see the hook echo here, right in this area. You got a little bit of an inflow notch. You got a decent hail core. National Weather Service notes ping pong ball size hail with this. And we're going to look at the velocity, and it's still there. I mean, it's still not the greatest in the world, but it still has a pretty decent velocity signature there. Let's see if they're going to. No word from Huntsville as if they're going to extend. This warning is set to expire at 2:15. Based off that look, I don't think they would extend it. If they do, we'll stay right here. If they don't, we'll step back to the wide view and kind of keep an eye on things until another warning is issued. But it's going to be one of those days, like we said last night, and the night before. It's going to be one of those days where we're going to have multiple warnings, and we're just going to have to take every one of them seriously. And Alabama is not the only one dealing with severe weather today. Our friends to the north in Tennessee are as well. As of last count, the last number that I saw was 15 fatalities related to storms last night in Mississippi and in Missouri. All right, the National Weather Service has extended that warning for this cell. Let's take a look and see what they're saying. Let's go and velocity. Yeah, that's tightened up a little bit. That's a little bit better there. The bright greens and the reds right here. This does include Muscle Shoals. Let's do a little bit of manual tracking. See if I can. Let's try this again. Let's do a little bit. See if I can get a better manual track. And Jacob, if you want to screenshot this and share it out on our social media, you can. This is a new warning for Franklin, Lauderdale, Lawrence, and Colbert. This goes until 3:15. Again, no reports of damage so far, which if we can let's hope we can keep it that way. Let's clear this track off of here, and we're going to look at that is really starting to tighten up. This one, I believe, from High Top, yeah. I'll switch back to Columbus just to take a look. The Columbus doesn't look that impressive, but again, I can't remember which. I know it was at one point some trees around that radar site in Columbus that blocked. Where they were having an issue with blocking the radome. So far, I don't see any indication of debris, but you definitely see the hook echo right here. This is coming up on the city of Russellville. Jacob, we also might want to check on our buddy Mr. Tim. Make sure he's in his safe place. Let's go ahead and we're going to start do a little more street level mapping here. Because this is starting to make its way into a more populated area. You have State Route 24. This is US 43. Littleville is here. City of Russellville is here. If you are in the city of Russellville proper or in the outskirts, you need to go to your safe place right now. That is going to be the lowest floor of your home near the center, away from windows. Go, and if you are in a mobile home, you need to go seek shelter in a sturdier structure, or you need to go and get in a storm cellar. City of Littleville, town of Littleville, you need to go do the same thing. This thing's not on top of you yet, but it will be soon. These things are moving at 45 to 50 miles an hour today. This is going to continue to progress to the north and northeast. Further down the line, it's going to include places like Lighton, Muscle Shoals, possibly cross the river into Florence. This is got some substantial hail with it too. Look and see what kind of yeah, ping pong ball size hail included with this thing. I don't see any damage reports, but it is showing signs of rotation, at least from the high top radar. So that's why the National Weather Service is going with the warning on this. So let's back out a little bit. We're going to clear the roads off, kind of give everybody a bigger picture of what's going on. I know a lot of people's weather radios are going off right now for Colbert, Franklin, and Lauderdale counties. This includes, see, if you're in Red Bay, this is already past you. If you are in Florence, this probably is going to go to your south, but we still want to play this safe and go to your place of safety. Muscle Shoals, again, it probably may go just to your south, but if you are on US 72 or 72A between Muscle Shoals and Town Creek, you need to go and make sure that you are in your place of safety right now. Just go ahead and do not play with these storms today. Especially this one. This one had a history of producing damage back into Mississippi. We had a number of damage reports coming out there. Just looking here. This is the only tornado warning for the state of Alabama. We may have more down the road, or we will have more down the road. Just a heads up to our friends in Pickens, Sumter, and Greene counties. You need to keep an eye on the storm that's coming out of Noxubee County, Mississippi. Noxubee and Lowndes County, Mississippi. These things are cyclical. There's no active warning for y'all just yet, but just given the nature of the storms today, there may be one required soon if these things cycle again. All right, let's go back in here and seeing no new information. Let's go back in here and do a little more tracking. This is coming up on the city of Russellville right now. I would say it's probably actually skirting to the north of the city proper. It's probably north of the intersection of 43 and 24 right now. Let's look at our debris tracker. And I don't see anything, which is good. That tells me that this thing is elevated. But yeah, this is a fairly decent radar couplet. This thing is north of the city of Russellville at this point, moving towards Littleville. It's coming up on Tuscumbia. See. Take a look at something real quick. All right, so we have two. It looks like we may have two areas of rotation here. We got one just to the north of Russellville and one just to the south of Tuscumbia. Actually, coming into the Tuscumbia right now. I think the one near the Russellville is probably the better looking one. We're actually near Littleville now with the latest scan. One thing we need to take a look at, we have some that are butting up to the state line. I'm going to go to the Columbus radar again. This is a heads up for our friends in Pickens County, Sumter County, and Greene County. You know, I've been over the last hour. I've kind of been pushing this. Just a heads up to you guys. We have a couple of storms down here that are cycling. This one right here, just south of, or right on top of Macon, Mississippi, is probably the better looking storm of the two, at least from this vantage point. This would probably move in towards the far western side of Pickens County, may affect places like Pickensville, Ethelsville, Alabama Highway 6, up towards Lamar County and Millport. Just going to have to keep a close eye on that. If you're in this area, keep a very close eye on that. One to the south here. This is a. I'm going to take a look to see if what Birmingham looks like. This is getting into that no man's land with radar. Yeah, that's a better look at it from Birmingham. Let's go ahead and take a look here. This is not as good looking as the northern storm, but it's still something that needs watching. This is going to be moving towards Sumter County and Emile, Gainesville, Epps. If this holds together, it's going to be moving your way. The northern storm is definitely the better storm. This is one that we're going to have to keep an eye on. These things are, like I said, these things are cycling. They have been all day long. And it's just something we're going to have to watch very, very closely. Now, since we don't have official warnings for this, we're going to jump back up to the storm to the north in Russellville. We'll switch back over to High Top. And of course, it does look very, very ominous from Birmingham, but the radar beam is probably 10,000 feet off the ground at this point. This thing is coming up through downtown Florence, or just to the south of downtown Florence. This is fixing to cross the intersection of US 72 and US 43, Alabama Highway 157. The second one, just fixing to cross US 43. I think, Jacob, what we may have here, we may have one area, this storm, the area that's near Tuscumbia is trying to occlude, and you have a new area that's trying to form near Littleville. We have to keep a close eye on it. No reports of damage out of these. There is no indication with our debris track that anything is on the ground. I have not seen any reports of lowerings or any indication from storm spotters. The one thing that this storm has is some pretty dadgum big hail. You see these purples and blacks. That is indicative of hail over 1 inch. National Weather Service in the warning text includes a note of ping pong ball size hail. Definitely be enough to break windshields and do some serious damage to your car. Let's see. This is probably some decent hail falling in Muscle Shoals right now. This hail. The hail cores are strong. That is indicating that this storm has a very strong updraft. That is just keeping these hailstones up, and then to the certain point where this ice gets to fall. So, all right. Uh, Going back further south, let's take a look again. Again, no formal warnings for. Again, no formal warnings for Alabama for the southern storms just yet. This would be for our friends in Lamar County, Detroit, Millport, and then the further southern part of Lamar County, and the northern part of Pickens County, they're Ethelsville. Let's take a look at the velocity on this. This looked pretty good from Columbus a while ago. And let's go. Let's change some things up here. That's base velocity. Sorry, I'm going to look at this. The southern storm near Macon still looks to be the better one here. This thing has. Let's see if this thing is lofting any debris. No, I'm surprised. That is a very strong couplet. This is going to. If this holds together, it could clip, like I said, the northern third edge of Pickens County. There is a southern rotation that is moving almost west. Or excuse me, almost due east. This is going to be this will be impacting places in Sumter County. That is a very strong looking rotation as well. Let's look at the return. There is a little bit noisy, so it's kind of hard to see if there's any debris there. But the velocity coupling definitely has some strong rotation. Let's see. Out of the three storms that we're watching, this is probably the better one. Let's go back and look at the one in the north. This is the one that's coming into Tuscumbia and Muscle Shoals area. Let's go back and look at this from high top. And let's look at the classic storm structure that we look for is not that impressive, but it is definitely there's not a hook echo there. There's not the classic inflow notch that we look for, but if there's anything to this, it is going to be around Littleville, just north of Littleville. And just to actually north and east of Littleville. It's fixing to cross Alabama 157, and it's going to probably go just to the west of Muscle Shoals, or to the east of Muscle Shoals, excuse me. No confirmed tornado yet, but there is lots of reports that apparently that's the reason the National Weather Service is keeping this tornado warning up for Colbert County. And there is no reports of tornado yet, but plenty of reports of people seeing rotation with this storm. And also there is and getting reports of also getting reports of baseball size hail in Colbert County, which would be indicated would go along with the this hail core that you're seeing here. Also, they have canceled the tornado warning for Franklin County since the storm has exited Franklin County. We're going to keep that up and it continues for Lawrence, Lauderdale, and Colbert counties up until 3/15. All right, I'm going to go on mute here just for a second, look at some more information, and I think we may end up having a tornado warning for Pickens County, but we're just going to watch that and wait and see. Again, if you were in Pickens, Sumter, and Greene County, go ahead and just keep an eye on the weather. We may have a tornado warning for you at some point soon. Got a couple of storms lining up on the state line that are giving some pretty good indications of rotation, or at least they're cycling. We're going to keep an eye on that. All right. So one thing we want to note too, you notice back to the west that there's still a line of thunderstorms that is lining up. You see severe thunderstorms lining up and down I-55. That is the dry line, so to speak. Behind that, you see we still got. You still have counties that are in the tornado watch. They're not being removed just yet. That's because this thing still isn't over. So don't be lulled into a sense of security because a storm has already passed you. Given the nature today, it's not, like I said, it's not a linear structure. These have been, for the most part, lone supercells that have moved through. And we do have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Pickens County, Sumter County. This is going to be until 3:15. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. We're going to go to Birmingham to take a look at this one. Again, this is in a radar no man's land, so to speak. This includes the Emil, Geiger, Gainesville. This is for the storm coming out of Mississippi. If you're tuning in, your tornado sirens are probably going off in these areas. This is going to be south. This area is coming in at south of Scuba, so we got a little inflow notch here. The tornado is currently crossing US 45 south of Scuba. And I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to Columbus, actually, because Columbus may have a better look at this. It's kind of dirty looking coming from Birmingham. Not much better, but yeah, that's a little bit better. It has just crossed US 45. It is fixing to cross the state line. This is going to make a beeline towards Emil. Alabama Highway 17. This is going to be south of Geiger. It is going to be... let's go ahead and I'm going to draw a track on here. Do some manual tracking. Here is the tornado itself. This is where it's going. And it's a fairly sparsely populated area of Alabama, but still, if you or somebody you know lives in one of these communities, they need, call them, make sure they know that they need to take shelter right now. Get out of a mobile home, go to a gas station. It doesn't matter. They need to seek shelter right now. Lowest floor of a home near the center, away from windows. Do not try to take shelter in a car. But you got just a few minutes to get to a place of safety. This may... I don't see any debris on here, but that's a tight looking signature. Come on. My shortcuts aren't going to play ball today. So right now, this is the second active tornado warning for the state of Alabama today, or for the second storm, I should say. Let's clear these manual tracks. We got another one that's still. We're gonna have to bounce around a lot. We got another one that is up near Florence, just to the east of Florence. We can go to back to the high top radar to look at this one. And this thing's kind of ramping up too. This thing is now due east of Florence. It is. Let's take a look. Make sure that's it. That's a. Okay. Again, I don't see. The storm structure on this thing to me, Jacob, you can chime in too. The storm structure on this thing to me does not scream that there is a tornado there. But the National Weather Service has noted that there is. They've had reports of people seeing a rotation with this thing. But as it has moved north, this thing has kind of just got absorbed into this line that has formed and going through the heart of Tennessee. And this has kind of become the tail end of that line. But looking at the radar, the velocity product versus the reflectivity product, I don't see it lining up as to where they have the as to any rotation. I see spots of very intense wind. This is the hail core of this thing is crossing US 72 now. It's near the US 72, US 43 corridor. It's moving north of there. It's going to come into Lexington and Rogersville. If there is any rotation or any tornado, it is currently. If I can get my thing here. It's around Alabama 184 and Alabama 101. It's going to be north of Town Creek, north of Layton, and it's moving in a pretty good clip. It's going to cross US 72 just to the west of Rogersville. Let's go back down to the Sumter County storm. This is the newest warning that we have. We're going to look. Let's go radar. I'll switch back over to Columbus. And just bear with me here. We're bouncing around between radar sites because we're trying to cover multiple warnings. All right, there we go. This thing is about to cross the state line. A very tight couplet. This is going to, if this thing is on the ground, we're going to know it very soon. Wow, that thing just tightened up. This is going to go pretty much right through ML, south of Geiger. Probably looking to go right across the Alabama 17, Alabama 116 intersection there. It's going to be awful close. If you're in Geiger or if you're in ML, you should be in your place of safety right now. Gainesville, this is going to be very close to you as well. Let's go back and look. Just monitoring. Let's see. Let's look and see. We got it. I don't see any debris signature, which is good. But man, is that a tight couplet. That is probably the better rotational signature that we've seen, at least in the state of Alabama, fixing to cross into the state of Alabama. We also have another cell that is just to the north. This thing is going to be to the north of Pickersville. Have to keep an eye on that. No formal warning on this yet, but that's still a fairly decent looking couplet there as well. If this thing does progress, it may require a warning for a sliver of Pickens County that would probably include areas like Ethelsville and even maybe southern Lamar County, like in Millport. We'll have to keep a close eye on that one. But let's go back south. This is definitely the rotational signature of the day for Alabama. Very intense couplet. This thing's fixing to cross the state line, really close to Geiger. Let's go ahead and take a look at the reflectivity. So you have the inflow notch, which is right on top of Geiger right now. You have where the tornado would be, which is about right here. It's fixing to cross the state line. It's moving in a northeasterly fashion. It's going to cross Alabama Highway 17 near Alabama Highway 116. If you are in Sumter County near Geiger and Mill or Gainesville, take shelter right now. You should have already taken your shelter as soon as the tornado warning was issued, but definitely do not want to play around with this. I'm just looking over data sources. I don't see any damage reports coming in. Do have reports of some nickel-sized hail in Lauderdale County. Let's see. And some probably some ping pong ball size hail in Muscle Shoals. Alright, just bouncing around here. Let's go back and just check on the debris track. I do not see anything, which is good. Our velocity products, that's still a fairly intense couplet fixing to cross the state line, crossing the state line now. Let's go back and check on the storm to the north. This is a storm near Florence and Muscle Shoals that came through earlier. No reports of damage with this one either. Again, I don't see, this structure-wise, I don't see anything that would indicate to me that this has or is a rotation with it. But the rotation has been observed, and I think it's partly due to the fact that it's so far between radar sites. But definitely keeping an eye on it. We've But let's go back south to the Sumter County storm. The rotation is in Sumter County now. It's still fairly tight. It is now on top of the intersection of Alabama Highway 17, Alabama Highway 116. This is going to be in Geiger, or just to the south of Geiger proper. Start throwing a little bit of County Road 30. Just trying to throw in a little bit of road traffic here so you can kind of see where this thing's at in relation to you or your loved one that lives in this area. Now let's go look at the Bree tracker again. Well, that's to the north. Doesn't line up with what I'm seeing on radar. Let's go back to reflectivity. And we'll make it look at velocity.
Nathan, it looks like the National Weather Service in Huntsville is going to allow that tornado warning for Colbert, Lauderdale, and Lawrence to expire.
Okay, and I do believe that expires at 3:15. Jacob, can you check on that for me? Or is it 3 o'clock?
I think it was supposed to be until 3. However, it looks like they just cleared it just now.
Okay, so that warning has been canceled. So that leaves right now the only active tornado warning we have is going to be for Sumter County, and that is for this cell that we're looking at. Just crossed the state line into Geiger. This is crossing Alabama Highway 116 and Old Bodka Road, County Road 85. This is going to be moving towards the Gainesville area. This is a very dangerous storm. If you are in this area, you need to be in your place of safety right now. Just looking at the line, that is the only active warning that we have right now. This is it won't be the last for sure. And this is, like I said, this is kind of in a radar no man's land. Okay, so new tornado warning is this thing is going to be drawn out for Pickens County and Sumter County. This is they're drawing. So that should be coming shortly. Well, let's see which one is it going to be. It may be for this northern storm. That thing's kind of wrapping up too. Let's take a look at the. Yeah, that could possibly be for that northern storm. But the southern storm structure looks very, very good. You got your hook echo down here. The inflow notch right here, and it looks like it may be trying to occlude the first one and start a second one, but we'll have to see. Still, that rotation is very strong. See, I'm looking for any type of indication of damage or anything like that from. Let's see. Okay, yeah, they've extended the tornado warning into Pickens and Greene County, and very rightly so. This is a very tight couplet. It's a little bit obscured by some noise in the radar. Again, this is in the radar no man's land. Beam heights are very high off the ground. We're looking at it currently from Columbus NexRad radar. Let's go ahead and we'll put another storm track on here since we got a new warning. This thing is now to the east of Geiger. This is going to be impact places. Again, it's a fairly scarcely populated part of the state. This is going to impact places along Alabama Highway 14, which runs between Utah and Aliceville. This does not include Aliceville. This does not include Carrollton, Reform, or Gordo. This is for the far southwestern. Actually, it does include Gordo. But I really think the worst of the storm is going to pass well to the south of Gordo, based on the trajectory here. It's going to cross Alabama Highway 14. This is and probably run the river here, and skirt the county line into Tuscaloosa County if it holds its strength. City of Tuscaloosa, you need to go ahead and pay attention to this, because if it holds together, this is coming your way. And this thing I'm pretty sure this tornado or this storm has constantly had a signature for the last 3 hours or so, as it started out just south of Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah, that is a significant looking couplet right there. And we also have reports from North Sumter of North Sumter County of transformers blowing. Now that could be indicative that we have something on the ground, or it could be indicative that we have some very high winds. So let's take a look. Let's throw out a Bree tracker on there. Again, the radar noise makes it a little bit hard to see, but that is a very well defined hook on that storm, Jacob. Look at that. That's probably the better looking hook echo that we've seen so far today. I'm going to clear this track off of here. This is a very strong storm. I do not see this thing. I don't see this thing weakening anytime soon. The reason being is if you look to the south, this thing is tapping wide. The atmosphere here has not been touched. It is basically tapping a keg of pure, unfiltered instability. There's no storms. It's out by itself. There's no storms around it to kind of cut off the inflow. So this thing very well may be our first long track storm of the day that comes through Alabama. So let's go back in here and really track this. Let's see what we got here. Let's see, the circulation is intensifying, and we've kind of noticed that on the radar trend. Let's go back to the velocity here, and you see this thing is really ramping up. Jacob, what's your thoughts on this? I mean, just the history this thing has had, and looking at that velocity couplet, and then looking at the correlation coefficient or debris track. Do you think that's
I'm not
possibly
seeing any indication of debris right now, but that couplet is definitely tight.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that radar is just so noisy. It's going to be hard. I think it's going to be hard until if it's on the ground, it's going to be hard to see anything until it's lofted really high and we can actually possibly see it from Birmingham. But it's definitely something we need to watch.
Current track, this circulation is going to pass just northwest of Union.
Yeah, it's Union is going to be just out of this. Mainly, there's going to be areas, if you live along Alabama 14 between Aliceville and Utah, really from, you need to go ahead and be in your place of safety right now. Jacob, I'm going to pass the baton to you to let you kind of talk for just a minute while I answer a phone call.
Alrighty, as he said, this storm just north of Gainesville, moving northeast. It's going to track just to the northwest of Union. I know he mentioned this was a very rural section there. But looking at some locations included, we've got New West Green, Gordo, Mantua, Gina, West Green, Union, Kirk, Pleasant Ridge, Pioneer, Lewiston, and Johnston Lake are all included in this tornado warning, and that goes until 3:45 p.m. Just a moment here, looking at something. as Nathan was talking about, that sorry about that. I had to take had a loop going on there, but that cell's just going to be the rotation is going to be just to the northeast of Geiger, tracking towards just the northwest of Union between Aliceville and Union. If you're anywhere between Aliceville and Union, you need to be in your safe place now.
And Jacob, I'm here with you. I am just taking
Okay.
a water break here, so but I'll have my mic on. I'm gonna let you drive while I do this.
All right.
It's something. This is something we had planned for. I knew, but this is going to be a long day, and I think I've been talking for about 3 hours now, in one way or in one on one platform or another. So I am taking the hydration, getting a little bit of hydration, and then had a buddy of mine that lives out that way give me a call.
Switch over to velocity right here, right quick, just to take a look at that couplet again. Still a very tight couplet on that. It's still looking very strong there. The tornado warning, the polygon, like I said, goes just between Aliceville and Union.
Look at the. I'm gonna pull up the National Weather Service here on my other device.
I was just reading through that as well, Nathan.
So don't see any damage reports. Checking in with. I know the Weather Service has been watching this on. They had this on a camera as it came through Geiger, and they thought they saw something, but they said it could have been rain wrapped. If anything, did have a report of transformers blowing, but they thought it could have been what they were seeing was a rain shaft on camera. So it's definitely something to take a look to watch out. This thing is probably the most impressive signature that we've seen today, and it's just like I said, it's one of those days that you need to take every warning seriously if you are in that polygon.
And this storm is moving at about 54 miles an hour, so it's trucking along pretty well. Nathan, just I'm on my side. I've got the velocity pulled up on my side, and it's still getting some interference, but it's still quite a tight circulation there. And I do not have the state road labels on my side.
Yeah,
But it's just north. It's going to be north of Gainesville. Between it's going to be tracking between Union and Aliceville.
Yeah, at this point, I'm going to switch over to Birmingham just to see what Birmingham shows, because this is getting closer to the Birmingham radar, and also the Columbus radar is shooting through a lot of rain. But look at this back in. Let me take this radar data off for just a second. Look back here in Mississippi. Every one of these pink. So you got the regular tornado warning. That's just an outline polygon in red. Then you have these pink polygons that are filled with the pink shading as well. These are tornado observed. This doesn't mean that it's been seen by radar. This means that it's on the ground. It's confirmed on the ground by spotters. And that one just went radar indicated. But some of these storms have been on the ground for hours. And this is an area that has just been raked today. We had tornadoes near Tylertown earlier that I read reports of a mobile home park that was completely demolished. And the pictures that we have seen from the tornadoes, not just today, but over last night, The damage has just been absolutely catastrophic, and this is going to be the biggest newsmaker coming out of the weekend, coming out of this weekend. So I'm going to throw the radar data back on here. See if Birmingham will pick this up. Let's see. Come on now. There we go. And let's see what this looks like. I don't think it's as impressive from Birmingham, but still, that is a very tight couplet. Looking at let's see what the National Weather Service is saying. They just note that this thing has a very intense updraft, which you can tell that if we go back to the reflectivity, you can tell the updraft is strong because you got this inflow notch here, a very pronounced hook, and this inflow notch right here that is indicating that the updraft this air is being sucked straight up into this thing. And then you got a pretty decent hail core where you probably got at least ping pong ball size hail, maybe bigger, falling out of this thing. So it is definitely a ramping up. And Jacob, I don't like the look that I'm seeing with this purple and dark red showing up on the hook itself. That is nothing showing up on the debris track again, but still, I don't like. It's never a good sign when you have that coloration, darker colorations on the tip of the hook echo. That's normally indicating what we call a debris ball, but actually, like I said, we looked at the debris track, and that's not there. But still, this is a very strong, probably the strongest signature we've seen today in Alabama. Jacob, you see anything else about this?
Not seeing anything at the moment.
Taking a step back, looking at the big picture. This is the only tornado warning right now. We had one earlier for the Shoals area. We have one. We had one for the Shoals area earlier. We had one for earlier this morning for northwestern or a little bit earlier this afternoon for northwestern Marion County. Let's see. We have.
No, that's a TV one.
Sorry, I had somebody come in the room where I'm broadcasting. I have moved away from my house as far as for broadcasting today, just because I didn't have a real safe room at my home. That is a very impressive radar signature. This is when we talk about a classic hook echo. This is what we talk about. Jacob, I'm going to let you take back over for just a minute. All right, folks. Again, just looking over information that we have here. And they have expired the tornado warning for Sumter because it has moved out of the county. But this storm is still holding its structure together very well. No damage to speak of. I'm looking at, we have multiple sources, multiple outlets for information. Let's see. I believe they have issued a new tornado warning. Yes, they did. I did not. That had popped up in between what I was looking at here. So let's go back and look at. This is for Limestone County. Let this catch up with me here. And that high top radar is a little bit noisy there, but this. Again, this one's going to go till 3:30. Area rotation looks to be, see, just south of Elkmont, I believe, or maybe back in this area that's kind of having issues. Let me see if I can toggle this on and off again and see if I can get that to clear up. I will say this: that if there's something there, it's not as well defined as what we have down here in Pickens County. All right, Jacob, I see that you can hear me. I'm going to let you drive for a little bit. And I'm going to mute myself and step away for just a few minutes.
Like I was mentioning, all right, there we go. Sorry about that. Like Nathan's been mentioning, that rotation couplet is still there on that cell couplet now passing just between Ellisville and Union, just to the north, or correction, northeast of State Route 14 there. Radar's currently doing under the street. biggest thing we want to stress, guys, is if you're in this tornado warning polygon, you need to be in your safe place. This thing has a history of producing a confirmed tornado back in Mississippi. Will say this, it's broadened out just a little bit, but still, if you're in that tornado warning polygon, you need to be in your safe place now. Switch to a different look there. Let that radar refresh. But still looking quite intense. Looks like it's trying to wrap back up as it crossed State Route 14 there between Aliceville and Union. For the remote control side, I'm not able to do street labeling. However, like I said, if you're northeast of State Route 14 between Aliceville and Union up towards State Route 82, you need to be in your safe place east of Carrollton. Carrollton currently is not in this tornado warning. Looking over National Weather chat here, looking at a couple of reports now coming out of Birmingham.
All right, folks. I'm gonna step back in here real quick. I appreciate Jacob tag teaming for me. I'm over here trying to get some, get a little bit of food break and some water. Let's see. We're going to see what the status is. National Weather Service notes that this thing's a little sloppy looking, which it is. It's nowhere near as well defined as it was when it crossed the state line earlier. But we're definitely going to bear watching. Let's back. I know we had one other tornado warning in the state, but that one was back up here into let's see, Lawrence County. Excuse me, I'm looking at three different things here. If I can get this thing to do it, when we looked at this a while ago, I really did not see a rotation, and I really think if there's anything here, it is moving across the state line right now into southern Tennessee, fixed across I-65 near Ardmore. I really think that it's probably already crossed the state line at this point. So So we're going to go back down here and focus on the storm, the most significant storm that we have right now. That is going to be in Greene County, Sumter County, Greene County, and then Pickens County. It's kind of straddling the line here. Actually, it has cleared Sumter County. Excuse me. So it's just a Greene and Pickens storm. Again, the velocity signature is still tight. You still see the couplet right here. It's not as well organized as it looked probably 15-20 minutes ago. Let's look at the reflectivity, see if this thing still kind of has an appendage. Again, not as organized as it was. And I think what's happening here is you see this is the old inflow notch. There's a new one that looks like it's trying to form here. And I bet you this is going to be a secondary hook that develops on this thing as this thing is starting to probably shed this old area rotation and start a new one within its life cycle. Definitely going to have to watch this closely. Now the plan is if the warning is allowed to expire or the warning is canceled, we are going to go back to just we are going to go back to just a radar mode. But let's go back and take one more look at this. National Weather Service noticed that they had gate-to-gate shear on this. And again, it's a noisy picture. No matter where you look at it from. And it's still a fairly tight couplet. So I would not be surprised if they don't extend this into Tuscaloosa County. If they do, this is going to be north of the city of Tuscaloosa. It's probably going to be out towards areas like Coker and Buell. North towards Northport, north of Northport, areas like maybe as far, I wouldn't say far north as Samantha, maybe just south of Samantha, but it's definitely something you're going to have to watch. Let's see here. So we're going to sit here and I'm going to watch this thing. I'm going to put myself on mute so I can get a little bit more hydration going on here. Appreciate you tuning in with us. Nathan Burks, joined by Jacob Hamilton here for Alabama Stormtroopers. It is 3:22. We are in severe weather coverage mode across all of our platforms. It's just long form coverage. We're going to do this as long as we told y'all we're going to do this as long as we can today. We'll be right back in just a minute. All right. It's not on our map yet, but a tornado warning has been issued for Tuscaloosa County. It'll populate here just shortly. And this is going to go for Tuscaloosa County till 4:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Benevola, about 12 miles east of Aliceville, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour.
Alrighty. One thing to note on that storm, Nathan, is the velocity couple has tightened up quite a bit again. Yeah. One thing to note, the velocity couple has tightened back up again. You know, that's why I love John DeBlock. He's a good one. Once again, I'm kind of talking few and far between here, but if you're between right there north of Union, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Looking, the circulation looks straight just east of Gordo. Okay, I've been kind of waiting on the new scan update. It hasn't pulled in yet. I've been kind of waiting on that to pull the latest velocity.
All right.
I'll pass it back over to you for now.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Again, this new tornado warning just because I know we're getting to a fairly populated area of the state, we're going to take off the radar data and let you kind of see where this tornado warning goes. This includes the northern third of the Tuscaloosa County, basically from the city of Northport north. This does not include the University of Alabama campus. This does not include the city of Tuscaloosa. This is basically US 82 and north is where this tornado warning is located. Places like Samantha, Lurleen State Park, Lake Tuscaloosa, Northside High School, all those locations are in the path of this. Again, this does not include the city of Tuscaloosa proper. So the radar data back on here. We're going to go with the Radar Max HD. And Jacob, I think that's exactly what it did. I mentioned a little earlier that it was trying to cycle and shed off that and include the old area rotation, and I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it did. It has occluded the old area rotation, and you got the new one that has formed, and it is tightening up. Just looking through some information here. We're going to look. Note this is the only active tornado warning in the state right now. We have a secondary line of storms back to the west, just lining up just to the east of I-55. That is the dry line. It's basically runs from Corinth down to Tupelo, down to Jackson. That is it. That is, once that line passes, we're done. We just got to get this through there. And today has been a level 5 out of 5 high risk day for much of Alabama and in Mississippi, and I'm fairly pleased with the forecast from the Storm Prediction Center as far as how it's panned out. So let's dive back in here. This is moving into a fairly populated part of Alabama. So here is your rotation. It is crossing the Pickens-Tuscaloosa County line is right here. This area of rotation is crossing into Tuscaloosa County. You have your inflow notch. That is the air being fed into the tornado, into the storm. And here's your hail core. Probably 1 inch size hail or greater going on right there. Don't see any damage reports. Let's throw the velocity on here again. Very tight velocity couplet. I thought that was a little bit of noise in there, Jacob, but I don't think it is. I think that's just how tight it is. There we go. That's a better one. You got the red is, and Jacob, correct me if I'm wrong, red is outbound, green is inbound. I may have that backwards.
Yes, that is correct.
My brain, I have been up since.
Green is inbound, red is outbound.
Yeah, green is in, red is out. Okay, yeah, because y'all just bear with me. I have been up since a little before 2 a.m. this morning, beginning tracking these storms as they entered Alabama. So let's take a look at our debris tracker. Nothing there to note, which is always good. This is getting into a more densely populated portion of the state. It's going into a pretty decent metro area. And if we can get away with this thing not producing a tornado, and especially in this area, I am very, very happy. Very, very happy. Again, here is your tornado. It is moving to the north and to the east. We're going to draw a manual track on this. I do not know why my cities are not populating like they should. That is weird and frustrating at the same time. So let me pull up. So this is going to be on top of Elrod, Buell. Elrod is right here. Buell is right here. This is U.S. Highway 82. Coker is back in here. This is going to be on top of you. If you were listening and you're driving for whatever reason between Tuscaloosa and Gordo, you need to pull off the side of the road, find substantial structure right now. This is not a type of storm to play with. Let's go ahead. I'm going to start a little bit of tracking here. County Road 140. This is U.S. Highway 82. Alabama Highway 6. Let's see. Holman Church Road. Boyd Road. I'm gonna put a lot of street names on here. This thing is let me go in here and look. Okay, yeah, gate to gate shear off of GWX Jacob, and now it's that scan, it's gate to gate now. If this thing is not on the ground, it's daggum near close. Let's see. The reflectivity doesn't look as good, but man, does that velocity signature look good. So, let's see. Yeah, this is the shear tracker. This shows right here, gate to gate shear. And this is coming up Old Vienna Road. It's like I said, it's County Road 140. If you live on or anywhere near any of these roads that I'm labeling out here, be in your safe place right now. If this thing is not on the ground, it is daggum close, and I'm pretty sure that we will know about it shortly. Let's see. Let's go back to velocity. This thing may just pass to may come right on top of Elrod and Buell. Greene County has been removed from the tornado warning, obviously, because it's out of Greene County. Pickens County is still going for you, but it is really about to cross into Tuscaloosa County right now. I tell you, Jacob, that is a very impressive velocity signature.
Yes, it is. I was just looking at that on my side, and it's a very, very impressive signature right there south of Kurt.
Yeah.
On the extreme southern end of that polygon.
Yeah. Again, I don't see. I'm bouncing forth between velocity and the debris track. we may look at this on your side. This little area right here, it's not really a drop, but still it lines up with where that velocity signature is. And there is a lowering there. There are storm chasers out there. I believe Storm Chaser Ryan Carty is in the area, and he is looking at the storm. And I believe he's got a little picture. He sent in a picture to the National Weather Service chat, and it looks like there is a looks like there's a bit of a lowering, and their National Weather Service notes, Jacob, that that possibly is a TDS. It's nothing strong. But yeah, that's probably what we're saying. I'm going to go ahead and say that is a debris signature based off of where the velocity signature is versus and where that's lining up. If you are in or East Tuscaloosa County, near the town of Elrod, and this is radar confirmed. Radar confirmed. I'm going to go switch to the Columbus radar, and there is a debris signature with this thing on Columbus. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There is a debris signature. This is a tornado on the ground. A radar confirmed tornado on the ground. This is a debris signature. Let's go back to the velocity real quick. It's a gate-to-gate shear on this. We have a tornado. This is a radar confirmed tornado on the ground. This is going to be near Elrod. This is going to be very, very close to Elrod. If you're on Boyd Road, Ecola Road, County Road 21, Tabernacle Road. I'm just throwing these out there because this is a confirmed tornado on the ground, moving in that general direction. Alabama Highway 171, anywhere off of that between U.S. Highway 43 and really the Fayette County line. I would go ahead and make sure you're in your safe place. This is a very well-defined rotational signature, and this is a tornado that has been confirmed by radar. Look at that, Jacob. Good grief. Let's take a look at the debris tracker again. This is not a radar indicated tornado. This is a radar confirmed tornado. We're going to go back to our debris tracker. I'm having to go. There we go. We have a debris ball. That is what this is here. I'm going to take my telestrator, and this is what we're looking at. That little blue dot lines up exactly where the velocity indicator lines up, and that is indicating that there is a tornado on the ground. It has just crossed US 82. It's going up Ecola Road right now, Boyd Road, County Road 21. It is this thing is on the ground. Let's go back. And it's still a very tight signature. All right, let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this telestration. Clear that off. Still there. It is just crossed. It is going north, almost due north up Ecola Road, and an area of Ecola Road and County Road 21, Boyd Road. I said looking for damage reports, but it's clearly on the ground, given that this debris is being lofted into the air and the radar is picking it up. And it's still, that's a secondary, another scan just came in and it's still there. So this thing is probably in an area crossing County Road 21 right now. I'm going to go ahead and throw out some more roads here. Tabernacle Road, Cooper Road. Again, Boyd Road. If you are, see. If you are near any of these little roads that I put on that have drawn on this map, you need to be in this place of safety right now. The lowest floor of your home, near the center, away from windows. All right, let's go back and look at the reset my radar data here. Again, that's the only tornado warning in the state right now. It is a radar confirmed tornado. We did have a couple of warnings earlier that have been allowed to expire. And just behind that, we got another tornado warning for Mississippi that is going to go until 4:30. This is another storm that we'll have to watch out. This could kind of follow the same track here. Let's go back in here to where I have all the roads labeled here, and throw the radar data on. And let's go back to the debris tracker. And that debris signature is hanging in there like a hair in a biscuit. This thing is still on the ground. So Hobson's cut off. Tabernacle Road. I'm gonna start throwing some more roads on here. Mount Zion Church Road. If you see your street labeled here, or know somebody that lives on one of these streets labeled here, call them. Make sure they're in their place of safety right now. See. Tuscaloosa County EMA says that they have it on their camera down there, and they had to have a very well defined wall cloud, which would make sense. Now that we're also said there's another area of rotation that is intensifying just to the south of Coker, so let's take a look at that. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Jacob, this thing is cycling again. We get the first area of rotation is occluding. The area up here is occluding. I'm going to clear these off. And then you have a second area of rotation. This will be the second time that it's cycled within the last hour. This is right on top of the community of Coker. Let's go back and take a look at the velocity. It's definitely ramped up. Still got a fairly well-defined hook or area of rotation on that northern part of the storm too. All right, so this southern area of rotation near Coker has intensified. This thing's fixing to cross Alabama 171, and it's going to move into the area near just north of Northport. This is going to move towards Northside High School. Let's see. This is moving near the Lurleen Wallace State Park. Yeah, this is over Lurleen Wallace State Park, moving towards Alabama 171. this is going to be in the vicinity of uh, Rose Boulevard. You got Rose Boulevard here. It's going to probably be awful close to that. Let's go in here a little bit tighter. Got Rose Boulevard right here. Alabama 171. This is Mitlary Road. You have Northport Elementary School, which sits right here. This thing is let's see. Not as tight as the other circulation was, but it's still fairly notable nonetheless. You do have your bit of an. Let's see. I'm gonna stop the thing here. You do have a bit of an inflow notch right here. You have your rotation, and this is your hook right here. And I think, like I said, I think it may be cycling again. You got another area of rotation that may be trying to form right here, and another hook. So this thing could be wanting to cycle again. Just going to have to watch this extremely, extremely closely. Further back to the south, the tornado warnings are continue to be lined up. This is far from over for today. Definitely some rotation still there. Fairly well-defined couplet. This is looking from the Birmingham radar. This thing's now fixing to cross. It's crossed Alabama 171. It's fixing to cross Highway 43, US 43. just south of Samantha. This thing is going to continue to trek across the northern part of Tuscaloosa County. It's going to cross Lake Tuscaloosa here in just a little bit. No, so far no damage reports from this part of the rotation. The part that came through Buell and Coker earlier did have a debris signature on it, but nothing like that with this one, at least not yet. Let's take a look at the debris tracker just to be safe. I don't think that we. Yeah, that looks good. Nothing there. That's what I like to see. Definitely going to keep an eye on this thing. I'm going to go back and mute in just a minute. Monitoring some other sources will be, but let me take a look at some other information real quick. Looks like that cell in Tuscaloosa County is cycling up again. This velocity couplet has tightened up. This is looking from the Birmingham radar. Let's take a look and see what it's doing from Columbus. It's okay. That's definitely tight. We're going to look and see what our debris tracker is showing if it's. This thing is just crossed US 43. It's coming up on Alabama Highway 69. This is going to be, let's see, area Gasline Road, North Side Road, North Hagler Road, Ben Clements Road, County Road 38, Went Dunn Road, Evanstown Road. This is really ramping up again. This is out towards the Wyndham Springs area. This is coming up on the Wyndham Springs area, which is right where North Side Road is. Blue Creek Road and North Side Road. At this intersection of Alabama 69, it's probably going to cross right in there. So Wyndham Springs, the Wiley community. Let's see if I can throw a manual track on here. Stop that. Do my manual track. And we got a TVS signature on here again. Tornado vortex signature. That's the radar just telling us, hey, something is going on here. And so far, I don't see any damage reports, which is good. This is an area that if it was down and producing damage, we would know. Let's check the debris tracker just to be safe. Do not see any. But look at the reflectivity. It's getting that familiar shape again. This is how it's been over the last 2 hours since it's crossed the state line. Since it crossed the state line, it has cycled, and this will probably be the third time now that this thing has cycled, and it lost the hook, then it developed a hook, it's lost the hook, then it's developed a hook. That's just the nature of the beast with these storms today. So let's go back and look at the velocity again. Again, this is looking from the Columbus next route. I'm going to take a look, back it out, and go back to Birmingham. This way we're looking at this from two different levels in the storm. Birmingham's probably going to be a little bit lower. Yeah, definitely a tight couplet right there. Just a heads up to our friends in Walker County. This is going to be south of Oakman. This is going to be out towards really the Walker Jefferson. This is going to be out towards the Walker Jefferson County line, out towards the probably come pretty close to the river out there at Houghton's Camp, Franklin Ferry, that area. This is gonna come fairly close to that, and we may see a tornado warning extension for far southern Walker County and northwestern Jefferson County if this thing holds together. Again, just perusing the different sources I have for information. This rotation is now crossing Alabama Highway 69 in Wyndham Springs near Northside Road, and let's see. Let's see here. 1 second. All right, back at it. And I appreciate y'all bearing with me today during the many pauses and breaks. Let's go back here and take a look at this. We have a debris signature on radar. Let's clear off all the junk that I have on screen here. Go to our debris tracker, and there you go. It's not much of one from Birmingham, but this thing is this thing has been ramping up for the last 15-20 minutes, and there is the indication right there that is radar indicated debris being lofted. And so what that means is this tornado. This is now a radar confirmed tornado. North Tuscaloosa County, and I imagine that they're going to extend this into Walker County as well. Let's back out and switch radar sites. Let's just see if Columbus has a better picture on this like it did the other one. Yeah, not as it's definitely lofted the debris that pretty high there, but the debris signature does look better on Birmingham. Let's go back to Birmingham. Let this load up. So this thing is moving towards County Road 38, Williams Camp Road, Yellow Creek Fishing Camp. Going to go a little bit further out. This is Warrior Cemetery Road, Blackburn Road, and so we do have a debris signature. This means the tornado is on the ground. This is radar confirmed tornado. Yeah, that signature is very, very tight. Very, very tight. It's ramped up really tight in the last two or three scans. Let's go back and see. The tornado warning continues for Tuscaloosa County until 4:30, but I imagine that this will be extended with just given the type of come on now. There we go. This, given these last few scans here, I imagine that this will probably be extended into Walker County, but we'll wait to see what the National Weather Service does here. Again, let's take a look at the reflectivity here. This is your hook. This is the inflow notch here, not as well organized as this storm has been today. Here is the rotation. It is crossing, just crossed Alabama Highway 69 or North Side Road in the Wyndham Springs area. Walker County you are next. This is going to be for areas south of Oakman and Parrish. This is going to be for areas south of Oakman and Parrish, probably until about 5:30, 5:45, just depending on this. I imagine that this is going to be extended into Walker and maybe Jefferson, but we'll see here what the National Weather Service decides to do. But this thing is definitely ramped up, and this thing has been cyclical all day. See if it's still showing. The debris signature is still there. it's not as defined as it was, but the storm is still on the ground producing damage, or it could still be on the ground producing damage. Let's take a look at the velocity again. And it's still fairly tight. This is, again, looking at it from the Birmingham radar. This is the only active tornado warning that we have in the state right now. We have another couple of tornado warnings down to the south that are tornado confirmed. Next one's coming up on the city of Meridian. Let's take a look here. New tornado warning for Walker County. This, let me pull up the text on this warning here. New tornado for Walker County has been issued till 5:15. 4:20 p.m. tornado producing storm was located near Bankhead Lock and Dam, about 20 miles southwest of Cordova, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Radar confirmed tornado. Viewer in the areas impacted will be Good Springs, Barney, Gorgas Steam Plant, Empire, Rocky Hollow, Summerton, Burnwell, Beloit, Quinton, Sipsey, Gorgas, the Y, Powellville, Tutwiler, Parrish, Dora, Boldo, Cordova, Lenz Park, and Jasper. This is going to be the outskirts of Jasper. If you look, this is going to be on the outskirts of Jasper. Let's take a look at the. I'll take the radar data off so you can get a look at that polygon. The reason, again, the polygon is pink because it is a radar confirmed tornado. It is a tornado observed. And the reason it's tornado observed is that we have either had spotters on it or that we had the debris signature. So let me go back over here and throw the data back on, and we will continue on with our afternoon. This is just about 4:22. I appreciate you joining me this afternoon. Nathan Ferguson, Jacob Hamilton for Alabama Stormtroopers. Appreciate you tuning in. We're in the middle of a southern severe weather outbreak across the state of Alabama and Mississippi. I know we are still simulcasting across our Mississippi Stormtrooper Facebook page because I have not had the chance to terminate it yet. Back to the west, if you are basically along and west of I-55 in Mississippi, the severe weather threat is over for you. You can see that as this line of was slowly evolving into a QLCS is moving through the counties are being cleared from the tornado watch, and the rest of the counties that are ahead are in a tornado watch until 8 p.m. tonight. So let's go back in on the storm of the day, and that is the storm that has been almost consistently producing a tornado signature or debris signature since it crossed the state line into Sumter County about 2 hours ago now. And let's go back and we're going to throw on our velocity data. And it's still fairly strong. This thing is coming up. It's fixing to cross the Walker County line here into the... Let me pull up my information sources here. It is fixing to cross. This is going into the Mulberry Fort Wildlife Management Area. This is going to be... it's in the Wiley community right now. And it's going to go into the Whitson community, up US 60 or Alabama 69. It's going to be just south of the Whitson community into the Mulberry Fort Wildlife Management Area. It's going to be places like Browntown, And this is a fairly sparsely populated area, so this is pretty good. This is in the Mulberry Wilderness, basically. Uh, Let me go and look at a couple more data sources. Again, this thing is has been cycling all afternoon. Uh, let's see, we've got numerous trees down in Tuscaloosa County, and then firefighter or Tuscaloosa 911 is supposedly responding to trees down on houses near Samantha. Which would be they're dispatching Samantha Fire to report some trees down. So again, this storm has been cyclical all afternoon. You have the hook echo here. You got your hook here. You got your tornado. If it's down, is going to be right here. You got an inflow notch into the storm right here. That's feeding in fresh air to it. So we can come over here. Let's take a look at the velocity. Got a little bit of noise in there, but there is still significant rotation just crossed into Walker County. Tuscaloosa County, you are all clear from this. There's a warning is still in place, so that'll be allowed to expire or be canceled here shortly. Now it's a Walker County problem. Let's see. I believe let's go ahead and check our debris tracker. And we have another debris signature. This thing is going through This is going out Alabama Highway 269. This is going to be out near Gorgas, not Franklin Ferry, Copeland Ferry, Pumpkin Center, the old Gorgas steam plant. County Road 61. Copeland Ferry Road. This is the Warrior River is right here. This this road here goes up to Cordova. Cordova is going to be the next city in line to possibly get walloped by this. Let's see. Tutwiler Road. Good Springs Road. And this is, again, State Route 269 is right here. If you live in this area or know somebody that lives in this area, have them make sure they're in their place of safety right now. This is a radar confirmed tornado, again, on the ground. I do not know what is up with this. I'm going to go back to reflectivity because I do not know what's up with this. There we go. Very intense coupler rotation. This thing is booking it too. Let's see if I can. This thing is moving at 47 miles an hour to the northeast. Again, this is a tornado observed. This thing is ramping up again. This is going to be awful close to Cordova. It is going to cross Highway 269 if it's not crossing already. It's going to be south of the community of Parrish. It's going to be north of the community of Pumpkin Center right there near Birmingham Port. This is going to be moving towards Summerton, Cordova, Sipsey, Dora. The old this may eventually make its way towards Morris and Warrior. And we're continuing to get reports in out of Tuscaloosa County where this thing was on the ground. Numerous trees down across roads. There's been some reports of trees down on houses north of the city of Tuscaloosa, north of Northport. And I'm pretty sure that there's damage going on right now. Again, we still got a bit. It's not a great debris signature, but there still is a bit of a debris signature right here. And this thing is continuing to move to the north and east. It's 47 miles an hour. This thing is crossing Alabama 269 between Parrish and West Jefferson. It's fixing to cross Interstate 22 between Cordova and West Jefferson. If you're in the community of Dora, if you live along Alabama 269, you need to be in place between Parrish and Jefferson County line. You need to be in your place of safety right now. Same thing, if you're traveling Interstate 22 or old US 78, you do not want to be driving anywhere between the city of Cordova and the Jefferson County line. You need to pull off and find a substantial structure to take safety in, take shelter in. You don't want to do that under any type of underpass or overpass. Let's see. A new tornado warning has just been issued for Pickens County. Let's take a look at this one. This is going to go for Pickens County until 5 p.m. Let's take a look at the velocity. And that is a very tight couplet again. This is going to be to the east of Aliceville, to the south of Carrollton. This is moving to the north and east. If you're in the city of Gordo, this is going to come your direction, Alabama 86, US 82. This thing is probably going to take a track similar to the first one that came through. No official warning for Tuscaloosa County yet for this storm, but if you are in Buell or Elrod or Coker, go ahead and go ahead and be making your plan to go to your safe place again. Again, mainly for Elrod and Buell, this thing is taking a very similar path to that storm that just came through. Go back to look at the Walker County storm. Again, this thing has been the storm of the day because it has cycled and cycled and cycled and cycled. Let's see. This is going to go. Take these warnings seriously today. We've already had numerous reports of damage out of Tuscaloosa. So this storm, let's take a look at the debris tracker. I'm not convinced that thing's not on the ground. Let's see. That is a very tight couplet. This is we currently have 2 active tornado warnings. This is going to be, one is for Pickens County till 5 p.m. Let's see, 5 p.m. or 5:15. 5 p.m. for Pickens County, and then for Walker County until 5:15. Both of them have really tight signatures on them. One is going to be the Pickens County storm. Let's take a look at it first. Pickens County storm is going to be to the south of Carrollton and to the east of Aliceville. It's going to be south and west of Gordo. If you are in Gordo, go ahead and make your plans to go to your place of safety right now. If you live along Alabama 86 between Gordo and Carrollton, go to your place of safety right now. US 82 between Gordo and Coker, go to your place of safety right now. No official warning for Tuscaloosa, but this thing is ramping up and spinning like a top. Let's go to our debris tracker. We got a debris signature. There's debris signature. About 6 miles southeast of Carrollton. It's around Speeds Mill Road. So let's start doing some tracking here. This is Speeds Mill Road. This is Parham Road, Salem Road, Lancaster Road. If you are near any of these roads that I'm marking off on this map, go to your place of safety right now. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground headed to you. This thing is doing damage right now. That is a significant debris signature, very well-defined TDS with this storm. Let's see. And I am here. Looking through some. Just looking through. We're just looking through some data. Let's see. Got a. So this is a confirmed tornado. Again, this is a tornado warning for Pickens County. This does not affect Aliceville. This does not affect the city of Reform. This does not affect the city of Carrollton. This storm is about 6 miles southeast of Carrollton. And this is a confirmed tornado debris signature on radar. It is out near Jellers Road, Parham Road, and Speeds Mill Road. And this is basically south of US 80 or south of Alabama 86 and south and west of US 82. If you are in the city of Gordo, get to your safe place now. If you are in the city of Gordo, get to your safe place now. I cannot stress that enough. This is a violent tornado that is making its way into your vicinity. Let's go and switch back to velocity and just a very tight couplet. I want to stop my tracking here and clear this. Let's see. Let's go back and look in the North Jefferson County storm, or excuse me, the northern storm, which is in Walker County. That is still a very tight couplet as well. Let's look and see. We got no debris signature there. Let's go back and look at the Carrollton storm. This is still a well-defined TDS on radar. This is coming from the Birmingham radar. And there is currently a lot of lightning, or a lot of lightning at my location here in Shelby County. So if I drop out, I will do my best to try to get back with you. But I may be doing this over voice chat only. So right now we have 2 radar confirmed tornadoes. The northern storm, which is near Parrish in Walker County, the TDS signature has gone away, but there is still a fairly tight couplet as far as velocity. We have a very robust TDS signature, which is tornado debris signature on the storm to the south. They're just to the east of Carrollton. This is going to be coming up on Alabama 86 and Gordo. And this is going to be crossing US 82 pretty much right through downtown Gordo here in the next few minutes. If you are in the city of Gordo, make sure you are in a safe place right now. We have a violent tornado that is making its way through your area right now, through eastern Pickens County. I'm going to switch radars to Columbus just to kind of see if we get a better velocity signature off of that, because I'm getting some weird interference, it looks like, from Birmingham. That is a nasty looking couplet. Nasty looking couplet. Let's look at the debris signature from. Yeah, if you were in Pickens County and you are inside this polygon, you needed to be in your safe place 10 minutes ago. This is a very dangerous storm that is moving into your area, especially if you're near Gordo. This is Alabama 80. It's crossing Alabama 86 right now. This is going to move in the vicinity of US 82 and Alabama 159, which goes north out of Gordo. This is a dangerous storm. Tornado is radar confirmed on the ground. We have a debris being lofted into the air. That's what you're looking at now in our Debris Track HD. These dual polarization radars have the ability to differentiate between rain and what is not rain, or ice and what is not ice. And that's what's going on here. This thing is picking up debris from the Columbus radar, Mississippi, and Birmingham radar, and saying, "Hey, that's biological. That's not rain. That's not liquid." So it's they have extended and have issued a new tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. The damage threat is considerable. And that goes with this storm here that we're seeing coming through Gordo. I cannot stress it enough. This thing is going to come right through downtown Gordo. If you are a loved one, if you know somebody that lives in Gordo, call them right now. This tornado is bearing down on them. They need to be in shelter right now. Lowest floor of the house, near the center, away from windows, underground if you can get there. This is a very dangerous storm. A very well-defined couplet on radar. This is going to move into Tuscaloosa County. This is going to be north of Buell, north of Elrod. This is going to be... let me pull up the exact text on this warning because I do not want to get this wrong. This is a very dangerous situation. This is a tornado warning for Fayette and Tuscaloosa County. This is because of the storm that we're watching right now. I'm going to back this out. This is the text of the warning. Your radio should be going off. It's a tornado warning from northwestern Tuscaloosa and west central Alabama, eastern Fayette County, and west central Alabama until 5:45. At 4:45 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Gordo, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and you need to take cover now. This is a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. This includes the communities of Stonewall, Whitson, Bowley Springs, Bankston, Moores Bridge, Berry, Wyndham Springs, Samantha, Fayette County Public Lake, New Lexington, Wiley, Ecola, and Binion Creek Landing. If you are in any of those communities that I just listed off, or you know somebody that's in one of those communities that I just listed off, call them. Get to their place of safety right now. Lowest floor of the home, near the center, away from windows. If they're in a mobile home, they need to get out and go lay in a ditch, or they need to find another substantial structure to get into. A mobile home will not survive this storm. I repeat, a mobile home will not survive this tornado. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get out and go to a gas station, grocery store, grandma's house. It doesn't matter. You need to get out of that mobile home because your chances of surviving it inside of a mobile home are dang near zero. So let's go back and take a look at the second storm we're looking at. We have 2 confirmed tornadoes. This is a new tornado warning has been issued too by the National Weather Service in Coleman. Because of this, we have another tornado that is in Walker County. This thing is moving through Sipsey right now. Let's take a look and see if the debris tracker on this. This one does not seem to be on the ground anymore, based off what I'm seeing with the radar. Jacob, are you there? Can you take over for just a second? All right, I'm going to bring you in. Let me answer this phone. You are live on the air.
All right. As Nathan mentioned, the one that cell that's coming headed towards Gordo. If you're in Gordo, you need to be in your safe place at this time. Um, that cell has a pretty significant debris signature on it at the moment.
All right, I do apologize for that. So let's go back and look at this storm in Pickens County. This is the most dangerous storm of the day. This has a very well defined debris signature, and Jacob, I have muted you again. If you need to say anything, just let me know. Let's see. Yeah. You're just in my ear. Let's see. Yeah, this thing is all this that you see here. This blue that you see on this screen, this is debris that is being lofted inside this storm. This is a very violent tornado that is moving through Gordo right now. Alabama Highway 159. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity couplet. It's still very, very tight. This thing has just crossed US 82. This thing's just on the north side of Gordo. This thing is, I'm going to start doing street level mapping here. If you are on any of these roads, you need to have already been in your place of safety. This is a very, very dangerous situation for our friends in Pickens County. Tuscaloosa County. If you're listening to us in Tuscaloosa County and you live along Alabama 171, but even though it's not in the polygon, I'll say Northport and the Fayette County line, you need to be in place of safety right now. This is a very dangerous storm moving in your direction. It is doing considerable damage based off of what we can see with radar. Looking at different data. Different data coming in. We may have another tornado warning coming for Sumter County here at some point. This thing is not showing any signs of letting go either. Let's see. So the city of Gordo, this thing may have passed just north of the Gordo. I hope it did. Good Lord Almighty, I hope it did. That is a nasty looking couplet. Let's start going with our street tracking again. Cooper Road, Brownville Pike Road. Let's see if I can get Zion Road, Porter Road, Pickens County Road 88. I'm just trying to get as many streets on here that you can see as possible. If you're listening to us or watching us on our live stream, you need to be in your place, and you're near any of these streets that you can see on my screen. You need to be in a safe place now. This is still a very dangerous storm that is moving through Pickens County. It's fixing to cross into Tuscaloosa County. This right here that I'm about to circle on here is our tornado debris signature. A very well-defined tornado debris signature. This thing is lofting debris that is being picked up. We're looking at this from Columbus NEXRAD radar, so it's being lofted pretty daggum high in the air. And that's what you see, too, back off to the north and to the west, that blue and green. That is debris that's already been lofted that is falling back down. So this thing is tossing. This is trees, vehicles, parts of houses, whatever it has hit as it has moved through Pickens County is being lofted and thrown around. Let me take this illustration off here. Let's go back and look at the storm in Walker County. I'm going to look at this. I'm going to go back to Birmingham and take a look at this one. Notice every single tornado warning that we have right now, there is 2 for the state, technically 3, technically 4 for the state, but 2 for 2 different storms. Every one of them is tornado confirmed. This means, let's go back and take a look here. We had a brief little, yeah, there it is. We have another debris signature. This is in the Sipsey area. This is fixing to cross Alabama Highway 90. Alabama Highway 91. This is going to be north of Sipsey. This is going to be coming up on the Colony, or on Colony. This is entering southern Coleman County. State Route 91. County Road 35. This is State Route 69. And then Colony Road. Here's Interstate 65. This thing is moving to the north and east at about 50 miles an hour. Let's take a look at the storm relative velocity. Still a relatively well-defined couplet that is fixing to cross State Route 191, or State Route 91, moving towards County Road 35. Within the next 15 minutes, it's going to be crossing the Interstate 65. This is going to move towards the Garden City area. This is going to be north of Smoke Rise. This is going to be south of, this is south of Good Hope. And this is going to be moving towards the Hanceville area if it holds together. All right, thanks, Jacob, for that information. So looking here again, let's see. Let's go back and take a look at the storm in Pickens County. This thing is crossing into Tuscaloosa County now. They allowed that warning to expire, but it's because it's pretty much just crossed into Tuscaloosa County. Let's take a look here. See, it still has a bit of a debris signature on it. Not as well defined as it was about 10 minutes ago. This thing, but that I tell you what, that radar, that rotation signature is still very well defined there. And y'all bear with me here. Stop that. Clear that. Okay. Let's go back to this northern storm, which is ramped up again. Let's see. Let's take a look at the debris tractor on this. Still, debris signature is not there anymore, but it still has a fairly tight rotational signature again with the velocity. Let's see. Let's see, they're still showing a debris signature with this one in Tuscaloosa County. And Birmingham did opt to not go with the warning for an additional minute or two, which is smart. Let's see. And there's still a little bit of a debris signature here. This is near the Moores Bridge community. Alabama Highway 171. This is going to cross towards Samantha. Maybe a little bit north of Samantha. This is going to be probably the next community to be impacted is going to be Berry. Maybe just to the south of Berry. But we're going to have to watch to see if this thing holds together. Let's see. Moving back to the northern storm. This the radar signature doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. It looks like it is weakening. That said, let's look at the debris tracker. Doesn't quite line up. Let's take a look at the reflectivity. I think the northern storm is cycling again. It has managed to keep that traditional hook shape. Really, I mean, we've been tracking this particular storm for almost 3 hours now. As it from the time it crossed the state line down in Sumter County, it produced it about an hour ago in Tuscaloosa County, and then it's been followed up by this other supercell storm that is now far northwest Tuscaloosa County and into southern Fayette County. I'll looking through some more information here. Just bear with me. Again, these tornado warnings. The Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Fayette the Tuscaloosa and Fayette warning goes until 5:45. The Coleman warning will go until, I believe, 5:30. And we'll just have to keep watching these things. The Coleman storm is getting into an atmosphere that has really been worked over. So the further north you go, the more your severe chances have diminished for the day. Really, I would say areas along US 72 up in North Alabama, your severe weather threat is highly limited now, just given the fact that the atmosphere has been relatively worked over by the earlier storms. But we still had to watch things up there. South Alabama, I haven't forgot about you guys, but there's nothing really going on down there. You are in this watch, but the main action has been to the north. So let's go back in here one more time. Going to look at the debris tracker, and I do not see anything indicative. There's still a little bit of debris signature right here. This thing is possibly still on the ground, crossing Alabama 171. All right, I'm going to look at this from another angle. Look at this from the Columbus radar, but I do believe that the rotation in the storm over northern Tuscaloosa has dissipated, and I'd say it's about close. Rotation is still there, southern Fayette County, but not as nearly as strong as it was. Definitely going to have to keep watching. This is moving again. It's moving north, just crossing Alabama 43, moving towards Alabama Highway. Alabama 171 is moving towards US 43. This is going to go towards the community of Berry. This is going to be. This is going to go towards the community of Berry. This is going to be Alabama 18 that runs between Berry and Cordova. Or Berry and Parrish and Oakman. Uh, so it may cross that general intersection right there in. Let's see. Let's go back and look at the northern storm. Let's go back and switch to Birmingham. Again, it doesn't look anywhere as organized as it did 15, 20 minutes ago. Got one other storm that bears watching. This is the back down here to Sumter County. I'm going to see. Be right back. I'll leave the radar up. I will be right back. All right. So got good news. The Tuscaloosa County warning has been allowed to uh, expire, but we just have a tornado warning issued for Sumter County. So let's take a look at this. This time it's going to be the southern end of Sumter County. This is going to be York, Livingston, areas along US 80. This is going to include. This is not going to include the city of Demopolis. This is going to include, like I said, the city of York, Livingston, just to the south of, really just to the south of the Interstate 20 and US 11. Let's take a look at the velocity, and you see we got a pretty decent couplet here. This is, again, in radar no man's land, so it's better to be safe than sorry with today's environment, and they're go ahead and pulling the trigger on a warning. Let's see. Again, looking into some information here. All right, let's look at the debris tracker here real quick. Nothing's showing up. Go back to the northern storm. Again, we only have two tornado. Well, now we have three. Let's see. So let's go ahead and we're going to switch over to high top and look at the. See if I can turn this data on here. I've had some, there it goes. So this tornado warning, the area rotation is going to be it's just across Highway 31. It's going to be moving out into the western or eastern sections of Coleman County. This is going to be for areas along 278, Duck River, Larkwood, out towards Holly Pond, Baileyton, Fairview, Alabama, the intersection of Alabama Highway 157 and US 278. This is probably going to be passing very close to there. Let's take a look in the debris tracker and see if anything's going on. I don't see anything down. Let's go back to the velocity and let's go look and We're getting lots of reports of damage out of Tuscaloosa and Walker counties, in the Sipsey area, and then northern Tuscaloosa County, out towards Wyndham Springs, and the northern part from that first storm that came through. Let's see. Let's see. All right. So this storm is I don't see any debris on this one. Let's go ahead and look at the one up in Florence. I don't see anything from the high top radar. Let's take a look in Columbus and see if we can see what they're seeing up there. There we go. This warning goes until 6 p.m. Radar indicated rotation 9 miles north of Belgreen or 10 miles northwest of Russellville, moving at 50 miles an hour. So that is going to be this area right in here. Don't see any indication of any type of thing, anything being down. So this is going to come up on Tuscumbia, Sheffield. This is probably going to say I won't say it's going to stay just south of Florence. So I would say Tuscumbia, Sheffield, Florence being your place of safety now. This is going to cross Alabama 2, right near the intersection of 247 and US 72. And then it's going to cross the Tennessee River, probably right there close to Sheffield and Florence, and then continue moving to the north and to the west. It's moving at 50 miles an hour, so it's moving at a pretty good clip. Let's go back down south. We can take a look at this storm here in Sumter County. Don't want to forget about our friends down there. This is, again, it's going to be south of Livingston, west or east of York. This is going to be coming up on, it's going to be north of US 80, moving towards Alabama Highway 28 east. And let's take a look at this one. Is there any debris there? No, there is not. So that's a very good sign. And so a lot of questions are coming in. What about, okay, I'm in Anniston, what's going on? I'm in Birmingham, what's going on? So let's take a look. Let's go back to the radar and take a look. So what's happening is you have basically the severe storms are becoming embedded in a massive rain, which is a very, very good thing that none of the model data really picked up on. Does not mean that we're not going to have severe weather, but really areas for where this line passes and points west, your severe weather threat is diminished. Right now, the main axis of instability and the main line, so to speak, is fixed to cross into Alabama. It's lined up along US 45, which runs between Corinth, Mississippi, down to Meridian. Along that line and points west back into Mississippi. Severe weather threat is over for you. If you're watching this on the Mississippi Stormtrooper page and you are in Greenwood, Charleston, Durant, Jackson, Forest, Bruce, Europa, or Eupora, Holly Springs, Oxford on the University of Mississippi campus, the severe weather threat for you is done. You are good for the rest of the evening. And slowly but surely, these counties are going to be cleared as this line moves through. That does not mean that we will not have severe weather into eastern Alabama. It just means that the areas that they're going through right now is going to be harder for anything else to get its act together. The atmosphere in west and east Alabama is still pretty much untapped, so it's still primed over there. So we're going to have to watch everything closely. Let's go back and check on the Coleman County storm. I know a lot of people are watching us on the Coleman County weather team, and we appreciate you viewing. Let's look at our debris tracker. Nothing showing up. Let's take a look at the velocity. Let's go ahead and switch back to high top. And they're going back with the confirm tag. Let me look and see what that is all about. It says the initial warning of confirm was confirmed by a train spotter in Good Hope. So let's see if I can get this to. Tell you what, I may need to. There it goes. Yeah, that rotation has really ramped up. Let's see if we have any. Let's look at our debris tracker and see what we got. Yeah, Fairview Community, Baileyton. This we have a debris signature. This is going to be a confirmed tornado. We did have it visually confirmed by a train spotter, but now we have radar confirmation of a tornado on the ground. This is going to be Fairview. Let's see. Fairview, Baileyton. This is. I'm going to start doing some street level mapping here on this. This Alabama Highway 69 that runs through the community of Fairview, south of the community of Fairview, Alabama, County Road 1518, County Road 1570, County Road 1568, 1570, Alabama Highway 67. This is going to be moving northeast through into Marshall County, city of Arab. County Road 1564. I'm throwing all these numbers on here because this is a confirmed tornado. If you're living anywhere near these streets that I have put out there, make sure you're in your place of safety right now. This is going into Marshall County, Hogjaw Road, Mount Moro Road, Holoco Road. This might stay north of the city of Arab, but if you're in the city of Arab, go to your place of safety right now. Now that debris signature has gone. But let's go back to the velocity. Again, this is coming from the high top radar. And here is your rotation right here, just to the north of the community of Fairview, or right on top of the community of Fairview. Let's do some manual tracking. see. Checking for damage reports real quick. All right. All right, so the rotation is now into Marshall County, or excuse me, southeast Morgan County. Let's draw another track here. Kind of give you some expectations on times there. Let's see. All right, let's go. We're going to clear off these. I'm going to clear off the road maps, and let's go back down south. And they have allowed the Sumter County warning to expire or to be canceled. The Florence storm, I don't see rotation there. But we're going to focus on the storm of the moment right now, which continues to be this storm that has produced a history of producing tornadoes across the state today. It started out in North Tuscaloosa County. It continued in Walker County, and we probably have some damage. We may end up having some damage reports out of Coleman County. It is now into Marshall County and or Morgan, far southern Morgan County. It's fixing to cross Alabama 67 just to the east of Eva. Let's look and see what kind of. I don't see any. That's good. I do not see any indications of a debris signature when I look at. Let's see. Come on. There we go. We'll put our reflectivity back on. Right now, everything else seems to be behaving, and that's good. And we now have a secondary warning for Coleman County. Winston and Coleman County. Let's take a look at this one. This is going to be near Addison and Arley. This is going to be out over Smith Lake. This is a much better. This is a much more. This is a much tighter circulation than the one to the north, but it's still, the one to the north is still packing a punch. So this is going to be moving to the north and east. This is moving about 55 miles an hour, or 52 miles an hour. This goes until 6:15 p.m. I'm going to back out. I'm going to redraw this so we can kind of get some more times of arrival here. This does include the city of Decatur. All right, so that's cell number 1. This is all right. Going out a little bit past the polygon, just given the nature of the storms today. Take a look, find your city. Let's plan on going to shelter. All right, let's go back in here. This very well could be on the ground. That is a very has ramped up very, very quickly. All right, let's see. See if I get this to switch over here. The good news is I don't see any debris signature, but that is a fairly tight couplet. This is going to be north and east of Addison. This is going to be moving into the far northern third of Coleman County. This is going to be out along north of US 278, probably to the west of West Point. If you're in West Point proper, I'd go ahead and make sure you're in your place of safety just to be safe. This is going to be out there near the Brandon Iron restaurant. Very good steaks, by the way. And Alabama 157. This is going to be out it's going to come up north of Vinemont. This is going to be let's see. Let's see. So this is going to be north of the Jones Chapel area. This is going to be to the north and west of West Point. But like I said, if you're in West Point, still go ahead and go through your tornado safety plan, lowest floor of your house, near the center, away from windows. If this keeps going, this is going to be moving up towards Falkville, possibly Hartselle, but this may stay just to the south of Hartselle. Let's see. The secondary rotation is still pretty organized. It's looking as good as it did. Let's go take a look at the reflectivity. That'll give us a good idea of what these storms are doing. And I think this northern storm is finally dying out. It has lost its shape. It has lost its size. I think it's finally hitting that more stable air mass that we talked about earlier that has just been worked over by storms earlier in the day. Which is a very good situation. The storm in northern, the last part of Coleman County there, it still looks pretty good. I don't see anything else behind it. That is a good sign. And parts of the line from Mississippi have been cleared from the tornado watch. So I would pretty much, if you're watching us in Mississippi, if you're watching us on the Mississippi Stormtrooper page, you can go ahead and just go on with the rest of your night. I know that areas like around Tupelo and Aberdeen up towards the far northwest corner or northeast corner of Mississippi, you guys are still technically under the tornado watch, but I don't see any severe weather happening there. I think once the line clears into the state of Alabama, they'll go ahead and remove that as well. So let's go look at the velocity one more time. Neither one of these look terribly organized. Like I said, they're getting into a better environment as far as being stable. And so, and as soon as they cancel these, we're probably going to take a broadcasting break. We'll leave the radar going, but I'm going to step away for a while until we have something else issued, and then if needed, I'll be back. This one is still hanging on there. It is again not the tightest rotation that we've seen today. I think the storm that takes the cake was the one that was lofting debris about 21,000 feet out there at the west side of Gordo earlier. Very, very bad situation down there. Lots of damage reports coming in out of Pickens, Tuscaloosa, and Walker counties from the first storm that came through. And then this storm right here is the one that came through Gordo. And so the first tornado warning for Coleman County has been canceled, but it's continuing for Marshall and Morgan counties. But I don't see rotation there. At least not from High Top. The one over far northwest Coleman County is weakened, but they're concerned that it could strengthen back up again, and we're just going to keep an eye on it. And I think that's what we're going to do too.